Good afternoon. The time now is 4:09 on January 22nd, 2025. I would like to start with a closed session meeting. So meeting called to order. Please take the roll call.
Mayor Nguyen,
I'm here.
Vice Mayor Manzo,
I'm here.
District 1, Councilwoman Fan West, District 3, Councilmember Nguyen,
Here.
District 4, Councilmember Nguyen.
I'm here.
Mayor, you have a quorum with District 1, Councilwoman Fan West absent.
Thank you. So next is the oral communication for closed session. Do we have anyone sign up for this?
We have no members of the public present,
All
Mayor.
right, thank you. Moving on to closed session. At this time, the City Council will recess for closed session. But before we do that, would you please go ahead and read the item that we are going to be discussed in the closed session?
Thank you, Mayor. The City Council will recess to a closed session for the following purposes: conference with real property negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8, property 8190 13th Street, Westminster, California, 92683. City negotiator Christine Cordone, City Manager Adolfo Zeta, Assistant City Manager. Negotiating party Elderly Development Westminster LP, a California limited partnership. Under negotiation, price and terms of payment. Item 2, conference with real property negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8, property 14140 All American Way, Westminster, California. City negotiator Christine Cordone, City Manager Adolfo Zeta, Assistant City Manager. Negotiating party Mistroni Family Enterprises, DBA Jay's Catering Company, and Friends of the Abbey Center Incorporation, DBA Friends of the Rose Center Theater. Under negotiation, price and terms of payment.
All right, thank you very much. The City Council now recess for closed session. Good evening. The time now is 6:12 on Wednesday, January 22nd, 2025. And welcome to the City Council meeting. Meeting is now called to order. So, Madam Clerk, would you please take a roll call?
Mayor Nguyen,
I'm here.
Vice Mayor Monzo,
I'm here.
Councilwoman District 1, Fan West,
Fan West here.
Councilmember District 3, Nguyen,
Here.
Councilmember District 4, Nguyen. Mayor, you have a quorum with Councilmember District 4, Nguyen absent.
All right, thank you very much. Salute to the flag today is going to be District 3, Councilmember Mark Nguyen. And if you, Councilmember West, can you do the invocation?
Absolutely.
All right, please stand.
Please stand.
Of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please stand with me and let's do a prayer. Lord, we just thank you so much for this time to just gather for public comment and doing the city business. I pray that you bless this time and that you allow us to continue as council and mayor to do what we're called to do, to take care of the city's business, and also to be able to help our business owner in the city, developer, different builders, but also nonprofit organization in our city. I pray that you bless this time, that we will be able to unite on issues that matter for the city, and that we will come up with ideas and strategies to help make our city better. And so we thank you. We pray that you bless this time. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much. Please be seated. All right, I want to thank Councilmember Mark Nguyen and also Councilmember West for the salute to the flag and also the invocation. Next is the City Attorney. Closed session report, please.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. We had 2 items on the closed session. There was discussion and direction given. Nothing further to report.
Thank you very much. Next is exported communication. Is there anything from the dais? Seeing none, hearing none. So moving on to City Clerk report, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Staff would like to inform the members of the council that there is a late communication in front of you for agenda item number 3.1 and agenda item number 7.2. Staff would like the City Council to consider the amendments to agenda item number 3.1, as well as the additional applications that were submitted following the posting of the agenda for agenda item number 7.2. In addition, at 6 p.m. this evening, I received another application for the Citizens Oversight Committee Measure EY. This can be through Tammy Hamill as applicant for council consideration this evening as well. That concludes my report.
Thank you. Next is City Manager report. Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the City Council. So first, our police department, on January 18, 2025, we had our Reserve Officer Nunez and our Service K-9 Thor out to visit the men and women firefighters and supported the crews at Noble Creek Mobilization Center in Beaumont, along with other Service K-9s from different departments. Thor was able to provide comfort and support to both local firefighters and firefighters from out of state who are assisting with the LA fires. They had the pleasure of meeting firefighters from 17 different states, Canada, and Mexico. Reserve Officer Nunez and Thor were able to bring some much-needed laughter and smiles during these challenging and difficult times, and we just want to give a shout-out to the Noble Creek Mobilization Center, who are actually watching our council meeting tonight. Also last week, our Westminster PD Chaplain LaBelle, who's also here in the audience today, assisted at the wildfires in Los Angeles. He assisted first responders and residents affected by the devastation with counseling and offering spiritual guidance to those in need. Chaplain LaBelle spent most of his time in the Pacific Palisades area, so thank you, Chaplain, for that. And of course, thank you, Reserve Officer Nunez and K-9 for the support out there. Okay, last year, the City Council approved a Women of Distinction Recognition program, and so it's that time of year again. We're excited to announce that the application period for the Women of Distinction Recognition program will open on January 27th and close on February 12th at 5 p.m. This prestigious program honors the outstanding achievements of women who have positively and profoundly influenced or impacted the community through their leadership, work, activism, volunteerism, and service. Nominees must be at least 18 years of age and live, work, or volunteer in Westminster. Current City of Westminster employees are not eligible, and self-nominations will not be accepted or acknowledged. Each council member will select one honoree following the application deadline, and honorees will be recognized at the March 12th regular City Council meeting. Applications will be available at City Hall and online starting January 27th, and you may submit your application by hand delivery or to City Hall or by emailing Lindone, and we'll provide that email at a later date. Public Works has been pretty busy, so we have a schedule of the upcoming ARPA projects that are currently underway. There's a lot of constructions happening around the city, so we want to provide that update. So over at Blakey Park, there's a tenant improvement project. Construction is in progress. That will be completed by March of this year. We have some playground improvement projects over at College Park. Construction's in progress. That'll be completed by the end of 2025. Over at Russell C. Paris Park, construction will commence on February 6th and complete by June. Bowling Green Park, construction will commence on March 18th and complete by July 2025. Westminster Village Park, construction will commence April 22nd and complete by August. And Bolsa Chica, construction will commence on August 17th and complete by November 2025. And obviously, these are tentative schedules with weather permitting. Over at Sigler Park, there's a soccer field project that's happening. Construction is in progress, and that's expected to complete by August 2025. And there's a baseball infield improvement project. That construction will start February 11th. Westminster Park will be completed by March, and Buckingham will be completed by the end of June. And then, of course, our highly anticipated TET Parade is just around the corner, taking place on Saturday, February 1st on Bolsa Avenue between Magnolia Street and Bouchard. Don't miss out our opening ceremony, which is expected to start at 8:30 a.m., with the parade starting at 9:30 a.m. This year's theme is Spring of Resiliency, celebrating the Year of Snake. Sponsorship opportunities are still available. So for more information, visit the city's website or call 714-895-2860. In addition to that, we do have premium bleacher seating that is also available. So if you're interested in getting close to the action, there are bleachers that are set up right across the main stage. It's your best vantage point to see all the floats and be comfortable, as well as, you know, enjoying all the festivities and looking at the stage and everything that's going around. The seats are available for purchase online. And I don't have the website currently with me, but if you go to our city's website, at westminster-ca.gov, you'll be able to find a link with other TET Parade materials. And then last year, the City Council approved a grocery gift card program in which we're giving $150 grocery gift cards to veterans and seniors 65 years of age and older who are residents of the city. I know there's just been a lot of confusion about when that is happening and what we're doing. We have a date of February 21st. We do not have a time at this time and a process yet. We're still working out those details, but we do anticipate that February 21st, there's going to be a different kind of a system. We anticipate that we'll probably have more information out by early next week as far as what the process will look like. So at this time, please do not come to City Hall. Do not call City Hall for information. We've had some confusion that we're already giving out gift cards, and we are not. This is for, this is for a specific purpose. This is a food resiliency program. So we do ask, that, that if you are coming, just to be mindful of the, the audience that's going to be there, veterans and seniors 65 and older. That's our target recipient, guideline. And then last but not least, we just want to introduce a couple of new staff members that we've added. So as you know, about 4 years ago, the City Council was very interested in hiring an economic development manager. It's been a while since we've been able to hire that position. So I'd actually like to introduce, we have a new economic development manager starting with us, Caroline Velarde, if you can kind of raise your hand in the audience. So she comes with us with over a decade of experience in local government, working in cities in the LA area, including Monrovia, Yucaipa, and San Gabriel. And over the past years, her career is focused on economic development with experience in a range of economic development projects and initiatives that include real estate business assistance programs and working in diverse communities. Her dedication to public service began before her local government career, as she's also a proud veteran of the U.S. Coast Guard. So thank you for your service. So we're excited to have her on our team. Also, as you know, earlier in the year, our longtime planning manager retired from the city. And so we're excited to announce that we have a principal planner now, which a principal planner is essentially what's replaced the planning manager position. So in trying to, create some stability in our leadership, happy to announce that our current senior planner, is Ken Fichtelman, and he's been promoted to our principal planner position. So he'll be in charge of our planning division. He spent his career in planning starting in 2017 after spending 10 years in management positions with Starbucks. He's previously worked for the cities of Downey, San Dimas, worked on a variety of projects, including large residential projects, major zoning code amendments, and San Dimas' sixth cycle of the housing element. He graduated from Cal State Long Beach with a degree in geography and has a certificate in local government supervisory skills from Cal Poly Pomona. And with that, that includes my report for tonight. Thank you very much, and thanks for your patience.
Thank you very much. Welcome aboard, and why don't we put our hands together to have one welcome her to the city. With that welcome from the communities, we have a high expectation from you. All right, next is special presentation. We have none tonight. So we will move right into the oral communication concerning the agenda items only at this time. So, Madam Clerk, would you please go ahead and read the instruction into the record, please?
Thank you, Mayor. This is the time of the meeting that members of the public may address the City Council regarding any items on the agenda, unless otherwise extended by a majority vote of the City Council. Comments shall be limited to 3 minutes per speaker. Any person wishing to address the City Council in person should complete a green speaker slip that is provided at the entrance to the council chambers and submit the card to the city clerk. When your name is called, please step to the podium at that time and state your name and city of residence for the record. Our first speaker is Donald Link, followed by Camilla Overbeek.
No singing tonight. Anyway, I'm here to talk on 7.2, appointments to commissions, of which I've applied to 4 of them. I'm willing, able to serve on as many as you need me to. I promise never, ever to use the commission appointment as a platform or a springboard to any higher office. And my aim would be to the betterment of the city, elimination of blight, development, just to make it an overall better place to live. Right now, if you go down Westminster Boulevard, or you go down Beach Boulevard, you can tell when Midway City begins and Westminster begins and ends and Huntington Beach begins, because of the developments that they've been involved themselves in for the last 10 years. And we haven't. And I would love to be on the Planning Commission and serve in that capacity, or Parks and Recreation, or the Arts Committee, and also the Traffic Committee. With that, thank you.
Our next speaker is Camilla Overbeek, followed by Michael Varengia.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I am here to speak on item 3.2, which is the warrant register. I have a couple items of concern on there, and it was based on billing from the city attorney. And there are 2 payments that were made to Jones and Mayer, and they were billed for Community Foundation. And as a board member, as well as a resident, the Community Foundation is supposed to be autonomous and completely separate, and it was never the goal, and it should have never been the intention to expect for taxpayers to pick up any sort of financial responsibility as it pertains to that. Now, in the event that it has to do with putting items on the agenda, then I would argue that there needs to be further clarification. If in fact work was being done on behalf of the foundation, I would like to ask how, when the board has not been able to sit and commence a meeting since this council has failed to act appropriately and appoint anyone due to 2 council members failing to appear and show up for a study session. In addition, item 8, I would hope that at some point this city council can revisit how we handle public comments. And item 8 is the non-agenda public comment, but I'm going to speak specifically on how we do this. Because I do think that it is unfair, and unfortunately, members of the community are unable to address this council with items that are not on the agenda until super late, and oftentimes wee hours of the morning, because we have a council member sitting at the end who I swear the only thing happening between her ears is elevator music. So I would ask that this council try and figure out how to be more accommodating so that members of this community can be heard and voice our opinions and concerns at a reasonable time. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Michael Varengia, followed by our final speaker, Terry Raines.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, council members. This is the second meeting in a row now that there's an item on here about sponsoring the Midway City Sanitary District open house. And for the second meeting in a row, we have our, I don't want to say illustrious, maybe worthless, council member who hasn't bothered to show up again. Now, the last meeting, the word was that he was, quote, sick, but he managed to post a picture of himself in Las Vegas wearing his Westminster labeled jacket there. So maybe that was a little more important than to come here and actually do the job that he was elected to do. So here we are again. This isn't going to be acted on because we have 2 council members who have to recuse themselves. We won't have a quorum. So you're going to wind up having to move this again. And here we are. So if this guy's not interested, get his worthless ass off of the council and get somebody in there who's actually going to do a job. District 4, I'm sure there's probably dozens of people that are interested in being appointed to fill what's essentially a vacant seat. And even if he was here, he'd be getting up and disappearing for an hour, hour and a half. This is why this council has problems getting things accomplished, because you have a couple of members who aren't interested in doing what they're elected to do. Thank you, folks.
Our final speaker is Terry Raines.
Hi, item 3.1, finally some minutes, but I had to send 6 emails reporting discrepancies, hence the late communications. There are still 7 2024 meetings with no minutes, even though a consultant was hired months ago to complete them. Item 3.4, staff should be more transparent about this project. Only removing the planned development overlay zoning requires council approval, but folks should know more. Westminster Reliability Project will be a large-scale battery energy storage system at 6972 and 7002 Garden Grove Boulevard with 172 Tesla lithium iron phosphate weight battery packs. Watch the November 6th Planning Commission meeting to learn more. Please pull item 3.5 for discussion. Canceling 25% of this year's meetings, not justified. Canceling a meeting 2 days after Memorial Day is absurd, given the entire month of July is dark to accommodate summer vacations. Cancel the two conference conflicts only if special meetings are scheduled in the same months to make up for them. You work for us. Elsewhere, employees don't get a 25% reduction in their work schedule and keep their same pay. Item 3.7, the finance director should provide high-level reasons for December's $3.3 million decrease in the city's cash and investments, and every month there are substantial changes. Item 5.1, Christian, can't you invoke the legally required participation for this? There's no alternative decision source for this, and Regulation 18703E7 states, quote, an official with an interest in a government entity is disqualified from taking part in a decision only if there is a unique effect on that official. There's not. Item 6.1, no Amy appointments due to sanctions. None for Nam Kwan because he never shows up. He missed all 6 library board meetings since appointed, no advance notice. Per their bylaws, he's already resigned that seat. He also missed 40% of the PCTA meetings. Mark should replace Kimberly, Amy, and Nam Kwan initially, and then modify the appointments based on Charlie, Carlos, and Mark's preferences and availability. Sadly, there are only 3 members that we can trust to respectfully represent us on outside boards. Item 7.1 is sad. The city does a horrible job of recruiting for commissions, evidenced by the small number of overlapping applicants. Worse, council doesn't do interviews. Item 7.2, did you reach out to those whose applications expired just last year? Mark, Tammy Hamill, and Ruth Piker both applied for the Oversight Committee, but were overlooked. So please appoint one of them. They're still interested. Parks, reappoint Tim and Jason, appoint Donald, and defer 2. I wish Jessica and Christine had reapplied. They were great. Planning, reappoint Laura. She's great. And Casey, appoint Tim, Donald, and either Jody or reappoint Dawn. Cultural Arts, appoint Pam, Jessica, Lisa, Donald, and defer 1. And Traffic, reappoint Con. Again, appoint John, Tim, Donald, and defer 1. Like, lose the partisan crap off the dais, Amy. Nam Kwan, wherever you are, show up. Uh-oh.
I'm gonna ship you out. This fussing and fighting ain't what we're all about. You got to shape up, ship out, yeah. You gotta
Shape up or ship out now.
Mayor, we have no further speakers.
All right, thank you very much. Next is a consent calendar. All matters listed under consent calendar are considered routine and may be approved by a single motion, followed by a roll call vote. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless members of City Council or staff request that specific items be removed from the consent calendar for separate action or discussion. So is there any item pulled from the consent calendar?
I would like to pull item 3.2 for the warrant register.
Okay.
And that will be all for now.
Okay. I would like to move item 3.8. And so is there a motion to approve the rest of the items?
I second it.
All right.
Thank you. I have a motion made by Vice Mayor Manzo, seconded by Councilwoman Fan West. This is to approve the consent calendar with agenda item numbers 3.2 and 3.8 pulled for separate discussion. I'll go to call roll. District 1, Councilwoman Fan West.
Fan West, yes.
District 3, Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Manzo.
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried 4-0.
So with 3.2 pulled by Councilmember West, City Council and successor agency warrant register date December 19, 2024 through January 15, 2025. You are now recognized.
Thank you. With the warrant, I want the city attorney to bring clarification regarding one of the concern that one of the resident brought up regarding the pay. Is it due to the work that you have put into the Westminster Community Foundation? Is that correct?
Yes, absolutely. That's why it was billed there. There was a question that came mid-year and not recently. Please, let me finish.
Please.
Yeah, it was a situation, I think it was related to the raffle question, and that had, we wanted to make sure that, I was assigned the task of making sure that they were set up properly. The issue of the raffle is something that only comes into play if you conduct a raffle, and they ended up doing one, so I was looking into making sure that they could comply properly. I did speak with the president, and he had inquired, so that's what that relates to.
Okay.
So I gave him advice on how to make sure that was corrected properly.
Okay. Thank you for verification. That was city business and city work. Thank you, City Attorney.
So
I have
are
no
you?
further question.
Are you move to receive?
I motion to approve.
Okay.
Or,
I second it.
yeah.
Thank you. I have a motion made by District 1 Councilwoman Fan West, seconded by Mayor Nguyen. This is to receive and file. I'll go to call roll. District 1 Councilwoman Fan West.
Fan West, yes.
District 3 Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Manzo.
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried 4-0.
So next is 3.8, approval for a proclamation. The reason I put this item is for proclamation Lunar New Year 2025. If we approve this proclamation for the next meeting, is way over already. So I would like to go ahead and pull that and then ask the council to approve the proclamation Lunar New Year at the meeting today, and then we can proclaim that Lunar New Year at this meeting instead of next meeting. For the item B, which is Black History Month, is still February 2025, so it will remain the same. So my motion is to move to have the proclamation Lunar New Year 2025 to approve it today and then proclaim it today.
I second it.
Thank you. I have a motion made by Mayor Nguyen, seconded by District 1 Councilwoman Fan West. This is to approve the proclamations and present Lunar New Year 2025 this evening. I'll go to call roll. District 1 Councilwoman Fan West.
Fan West, yes.
District 3 Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Manzo.
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried 4-0.
So at this time, I can proclaim the Lunar New Year, also known as Tet Nguyên Đán, for January 29th, 2025, this year. As you know, that January 29th is going to be a Lunar New Year, so that's why we have to do it today. Whereas Lunar New Year, also referred to as a Spring Festival, Chinese Vietnamese New Year, a Lantern Festival is traditionally celebrated throughout Asia by more than 2 billion people worldwide and marks the new year, Lunar New calendar year. And whereas Lunar New Year in Vietnam, known as Tet Nguyên Đán, or Tet for short, means thanks goodness, and it's one of the most important holiday celebration in the Vietnamese culture, representing hope and love, and is the time to reunite with family and friends. And whereas this year, Lunar New Year begins January 29, 2025, and whereas the Lunar New Year Spring Festival also marks the transition from one animal to the next on the zodiac, which January 29, 2025, signaling the start of the year of the snake, according to the Vietnamese zodiac. And whereas Little Saigon has a diverse community that includes the largest population of Vietnamese people outside of Vietnam, and they celebrate the Lunar New Year as Tet. And whereas the city of Westminster and Little Saigon community generally celebrates with festivities, including gatherings, festivals, and world-renowned annual Tet Parade. And whereas the city of Westminster wishes good fortune, health, and happiness to all during Lunar New Year celebration and through the next year. Now, therefore, I, Chi Charlie Nguyen, Mayor of City of Westminster, on behalf of Vice Mayor Carlos Manzo, and council members Amy Phan West, Mark Nguyen, and Nam Quan Nguyen do hereby proclaim January 29, 2025 as the beginning of the Lunar New Year Tết Nguyên Đán in the city of Westminster in celebration of the Year of the Snake, and encourage all residents to join in the celebration for the prosperous and healthy New Year. And it is signed and dated this 22nd day of January 2025 by the City Council. Chi Charlie Nguyen as the mayor, Carlos Manzo as vice mayor, District 2, Amy Phan West, council member, District 1, Mark Nguyen, council member, District 3, and Nam Quan Nguyen, council member, District 4. So thank you very much, and make sure that you will join us on February 1st for the Tet Parade on Bosa. All right, with that, I will move to approve the proclamation 3.8, Black History for the next meeting.
No, we already did it, I think.
Mayor, we already had that approved.
That's right.
We good? All right.
We're good to move on.
All right, thank you very much. Next is regular business. 5.1, continue from January 8, 2025, regular city council meeting. Consider sponsorship for Midway City Sanitary District, MCSD open house. Normally, Council Member Mark Nguyen and I, we are both on the board for MCSD. We recuse ourselves from making decision. Although last time we did that, this time we unfortunately, if we do the same thing, we don't have enough council to make a decision. And the event is going to be on the 25th, which is this Saturday already. I have consulted with our city attorney, and he advised me that legally we are on both boards, and we can make decision on that. So for this time, I will I also recommend a council member, Mark Nguyen, will stay to make a decision on this. And I would like to have the affirmation from the city attorney for this.
Yes, Mayor, I did consult with you about this prior to the meeting. I informed you that generally, more out of appearances, because sometimes when you're on two different boards, it may not appear to the public that there's some issue there. And under state government code 1099, not 1090, but 1099, you cannot hold two incompatible offices. That's where they have duties or responsibilities that conflict with each other. So 1099 deals with that, but there's an exception in 1099. 1099 says that unless it's otherwise allowed under state law. Now there's a specific state law related to the Midway Sanitary District that specifically says that council members can serve on the Midway Sanitary Board. So what that's saying there is that these two offices are not incompatible, and that a council member can serve on the Midway Sanitary Board and on the City Council, which means that they're allowed to vote on things that are on the agenda, unless there's some other kind of conflict. So the only potential conflict here is any kind of salary they might receive, but governmental salary is excluded from financial conflicts of interest. So legally speaking, they're allowed to vote on this. The issue up until now has been that more one of appearances. So I let him know that legally there's not a problem here. And it sounds that the event's coming up and a decision needs to be made. So they've opted to go ahead and just go with what is allowed.
Thank you for clarification on that. And at this time here, there are several package sponsorship level that we can decide as a city council, from the city council. Is there any recommendation?
If I may, Mayor?
Yes.
Yes, so we all know the relationship the collaborative relationship that we have with Midway San and the multiple times that they also sponsor events for us, and they also help, whether it's monetary or just boots on the ground, they always contribute. So I would recommend that is justified to recommend the platinum sponsorship, just to keep, and I know they're going to be helping us here very quickly, so I think it's justified for the amount that they help us. So my recommendation is platinum.
Is that a motion?
It's a motion.
Is there a second?
I second it.
All right. Motion and second.
Thank you. I have a motion made by Vice Mayor Monzo, second by District 3 Councilmember Nguyen. This is to approve the platinum sponsorship level of $3,000 for the Midway City Sanitary District Open House event. I'll go to call roll. District 1, Councilwoman Fan West.
Fan West, yes.
District 3, Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Monzo.
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried 4-0.
Right, next item is 5.2, Orange County Fire Authority, OCFA 2024 year-end review. If you know that a while ago, I was requesting that, for the public information, we asked Chief from OCFA to provide us the information quarterly, and we are at the year-end review, so I'm very pleased to have the Chief Covey here today to give us an update on that, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate the opportunity to share what the men and women of your fire department are doing, not only to support the region in our impacted local counties, but what we've done in preparation here, because we were not unimpacted by the winds either. We were just lucky. As well as kind of a summary of what we've done over the past year, more directly related to the city of Westminster and the services your fire department's doing for you. So, PowerPoint up, yep. Okay, so this is kind of a quick update of these different subjects here that I'll be talking about tonight. Stats, year in review, some of our new technologies, LA fires, your fire chief, Brian Fennessy, and some of his presence both locally and nationally. I want to advise, we're really excited to let everybody know that we have our own Instagram account now, and at OCFA Division 1, that's more specific to the happenings in my division, including your city. It's not the big mothership of OCFA. So I encourage your residents to follow and keep track and updates on what we're doing on a day-to-day basis. And then just a quick highlight that OCFA ran 185,000 calls last year. So a very busy year, up from 175,000, that continued trend of just getting busier and busier. So here's an update on what we call the January winds that obviously started numerous fires up in LA. So the fires are very similar to what California has happened before, right? This is not new, okay? But it is very centric to certain locations in the county. Okay, or across the state. Chief Fennessy's been a strong advocate over his time since he's been here and before he was here in his almost 50-year career that the greatest threat to mass loss of life and property in California is wildfire. It's not anything else. So he has been very proactive in our preparation and expansion of our wildland firefighting capability, and he is honestly been recognized at a national and international level with it. As you can see on this slide here, he was on 60 Minutes. He was on all the local news stations. He was on podcasts like Glenn Beck. He's a nationally recognized figure, and OCFA is a respected agency across the country. We supported LA, okay? It's one of those hard things to do because we weren't immune to the weather. We had 94-mile-an-hour winds in this county, okay? So we need to support as part of the mutual aid system, but we also have to protect our own dirt. So we did send 275 firefighters up there. That's 9 strike teams, a hand crew, a bulldozer. You can see that list there. Okay, we also sent 10 damage inspectors that were now going up there and cataloging all those damaged and destroyed homes so those residents can start their process of their own personal recovery from the tragedy. We sent 2 arson investigators as part of an ATF task force to determine the cause of these fires. And we sent an HRD canine team from our FEMA task force. Those are the dogs that go out and try to find people that died during the fire. Some of the things that I did in Paradise and in Lahaina, went out and did similar things there. So we robustly supported LA, but at the same time, what we went to, it's called emergency staffing conditions. So pretty much all days off were canceled. If we had a fire engine that had wheels on it, an engine, and a pump that was working, we put firefighters on it, and we backfilled every fire station and staffed up 3 additional strike teams in the county with support from the governor's office, from the California Office of Emergency Services. They covered the cost of 3 additional strike teams, a hand crew, bulldozers, helicopters, staffed our Department Operations Center. I was an incident commander of our incident management team, that if we had a fire that broke and got past the escaped initial attack, I was going to be in charge of it. And we started our highest level wildland dispatch. So when we go into red flag conditions, we send the most equipment we did. On top of that, we sent this Army behind it. We had a response today. We've had, I believe, 6 fires since this event has started, or easy events, I should say, plural. Unfortunately, we have not been put in a situation that was similar to LA, and all of our fires we held to under an acre. So we had a lot of success, but we also dodged a bullet. There are areas in this county that we could have similar results. These firefighters, whoops, it should have, I don't know why it's not doing that automatically. Why is it not playing the video on this? Did you look at it as a PDF or as a PowerPoint?
PowerPoint.
That video is supposed to play. Okay, I'll keep going here. So let's talk about what's gone on in your community, okay? Actually, I'm sorry, I'm going to go back on one thing. I want to highlight some new technology that OCFA has specifically developed. We now have cameras all throughout the county up in the wildland areas. On those cameras are artificial intelligence systems, AI systems that are connected to satellites, and in a minute it detects a heat signature. It alerts our dispatch center and notifies us of a possible start that we follow up on. This year we had 2 of those occur. So before someone called 911, OCFA was already alerted to a potential fire that we took action on and suppressed. In addition to that, we were the development and start of the FIRUS program, which is an airborne intelligence platform that gives us real-time intel of where the fire currently is. And then it's connected to a supercomputer at UCSD, and it tells us where it's going to go. It models the fire of its location and current conditions, where it's going to go in the next 3 hours. So myself as the incident commander or the operations section chief, I can work with my partners in law enforcement and start evacuating people in harm's way with a 3-hour heads up of where it's going. So that was a program that OCFA developed. I'm actually real proud to say that was one of the ones that implemented it. So it was specifically inside your community. So it's more than the firefighters on the ground. So we're very active in community risk reduction. So it's your safety inspections. We did over 1,000 safety inspections in your city, and then re-inspected the ones and got them cleared to ensure that that the buildings are safe. We supported your community development with planning and development reviews, as well as new constructions and tenant improvements. So you can see 258 and 142 of those. So our community reduction, risk reduction section was super busy in your city supporting your development and safety. On the community events side, we also participate all across the city in multiple events. My division did 168 events last year, 48 of them in Westminster. We're supporting things like the TEP Parade and the communities coming together, the concert series, lots of school visits and fire station visits, supporting the Westminster Safety Day with our police partners, and then a Public Works open house. So very busy in our community events as well. And this one, I hope this video plays because it's really fun. I don't know why that is not playing here. So this is this event you see with the tower up is a school event with these kids, and they're just screaming. It's a lot of fun. It was a science project where we dropped objects from up on the top of the ladder, hitting the ground, and it was about survival rates and stuff like that. So the kids are going nuts. It was a really fun event to be in. And then the one on the right is supporting Westminster School District with a Stop the Bleed program, so that they are better prepared should we have an unfortunate active shooter event at one of their schools. We supplied the training to the entire Westminster school staff. On the cadet post at Cadet Pass 1 in Fire Station 64, this is an opportunity where I've brought this post to you before. We're able to give back to the community and support the next generation of youth that are interested in fire service, introducing it to the young men and women inside your city and of the value and the benefit of what a fire service career can provide you. The video that would play if it was working, this is going to be frustrating because there are videos all through this thing. Okay, the video in the middle there is for Christmas. They brought all their families in and did a full show on all the things they've learned with the fire department, hoses and ladders and power tools and such, and what the excitement that they created that the family all got to participate in at the Fire Station 64 was awesome. So for your call stats in 2024, you had 9,369 calls. Of those, a vast majority are medical emergencies, 7,000 of them. But we did have 98 structure fires, a lot of vehicle and dumpster fires, a lot of vegetation fires, 651 traffic accidents. So it was pretty busy out there, and it's more than just going to fires. Of those 7,000 calls, I kind of did some review of that. Roughly 3,000 of them are what I would call critical medical emergencies. So about 8 a day, we're truly making a difference on life and death calls. That's CPR calls, cardiac calls, people having heart attacks, difficulty breathing, strokes, diabetic emergencies. Those kind of calls where about 8 a day, we're making a difference in someone's life. And we're also averaging at least a fire a day in your city. So your members, your firefighters are out there every day saving lives and property. Here's some examples of the traffic accidents where people are actually physically trapped inside the car, where folks use the jaws of life and other rescue tools to get them out. If you look at the one on the top right, that was one of the more spectacular ones. That's a Tesla with a K-rail that went right down the middle of it, and the guy's in the car alive. Pretty spectacular rescue. Vehicle fires are an issue that we face pretty routinely. On the left there, you see it's not only just suppressing the fire, then when the fuel tanks rupture, now we got a liquid flammable gas fire that comes out and threatens everything, that the firefighters will use foam to help suppress that and put it out. This is one I'm going to be really bummed that's not playing here. So this one is a CNG gas truck, waste management trucks. So they're powered different ways, and these CNG tanks pose a fire hazard that when they get heated up, they'll blow up. So we just had one of these the other day. I was super nervous. I was glad we got through it because the video on the right is a explosion that occurred in Illinois that injured three firefighters and a police officer and sprayed debris around the neighborhood about a quarter mile because that CNG tank exploded. So just another one of the examples that your firefighters are facing. This is one of the trees that you see very commonly around the city. They're cypress trees. Beautiful tree, stays green year round, but they're incredibly flammable. I've seen these things burn in rainstorms. And when they burn, they're Roman candles. They burn very aggressively because there's so much dead material inside it. So we had 2 fires in the city this last year that involved cypress trees specifically. We did save both houses. The tree on the left was over in Station 65's area. Actually, both these fires were over in 65's area. And the one on the right was 10 trees that caught on fire behind the house. You can see the one on the left, it scorched the house, but we're able to save it. And then the one on the right, there was some damaged patio and outside stuff, but we were able to save the house. Ironically, the one on the right was during your swearing-in ceremony. So while you guys are getting sworn in, our firefighters are out there saving a house. Okay. Attic fires are very, very common. Okay, lots of attic fires. The issue with attic fires is many of them start and you don't detect them until it really gets going because you're not living in that occupied space. So some of the recommendations for how you prevent these is to ensure that your HVAC unit, if you have one installed in your attic space, gets regularly inspected. Have your electrical wiring inspected as well by a licensed electrician because you can get rodents in there that will chill the wiring. It could be poor wiring, it could be old wiring, and that's a very common cause of fires in the attic. So a couple little helpful tips, and if you really want to go to the next level, put a smoke detector in your attic. So it'll alert you because you can't physically see that. And most people have smoke detectors in their living space, not in their attic space. So it's something you can do as well. Here's another attic fire as well. You can see the firefighter on the roof cutting a hole in it. That's one of the objectives that we do on a fire is to give that fire a place to go. We can let it go vertically, it's not going horizontally. So we'll cut a hole in the roof, create the atmosphere to lift, and it allows the firefighters to go inside, have a better chance of finding any victims as well as putting the fire out. Garage fires are also very common. There's so many different hazards in there. This probably one of the most common hazards where I'm seeing right now is what I've spoke to you before is the lithium-ion batteries. Lots of batteries are constantly being charged in the garages and are a very common source for fires to start in a garage. There's countless videos out there nowadays showing different chargers blowing up and eventually catching the garage on fire. So a reminder to you and all your community is unplug your stuff when you're done charging it. Okay, that is the best way to prevent these battery-related fires. We've certainly seen an uptick in them since we've gone to more electrical use equipment, battery equipment. This is a fire I want to highlight also. This was another garage fire, and you can see the amount of fire going on our arrival there, and all the men and women going in to combat it. There's a such thing, and I'll talk about it a little bit more. It's about effective fire force. How many firefighters you get on scene, how fast is critical to the outcome, how successful we can be with firefighting. And in this one is a good example. You have guys pulling hose, you have people going in to search the house, and you have people throwing ladders simultaneously while establishing water supplies and everything else to hold the fire to the garage. The picture on the right is the interior of the house. We stopped it at that fire door and protected the house because of an effective fire force getting on scene in a rapid amount of time. There's 22 key things that has to occur when a fire occurs, and the faster we do it, the more successful we are on it. And that is based on an effective fire force of at least 17 firefighters on scene in the first few minutes. OCFA dispatches 2 battalion chiefs, 4 engine companies, and 2 truck companies to every structure fire. That's 24 firefighters, because that accounts for the effective fire force and our requirement by OSHA to have a standby rescue team to rescue the rescuers. Right? We need to have somebody there that if someone gets hurt inside the fire, that they go in and get them and rescue them and bring them out. So there's a team there so that accounts for that during fires as well. So unfortunately, there's a lot of videos in here, so it looks like I'm going to be flying through them. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so here's another structure fire that we had in town, and it's just a bummer on all these videos, so go ahead and do the next one. Okay, go ahead and do the next one. Just go down. Okay, so this was a commercial apartment fire that was over off of Trask that crews did an outstanding job, right? So this is a multifamily apartment complex. You can see heavy fire coming out of the second floor. So firefighters got to extend lines to the second floor and attack the fire. And they did an outstanding job of containing this just to the single unit and not losing the whole apartment complex. This is one I was probably most proud of this past year. So this was on Thanksgiving Day. Okay, while everybody else was out with their families, our firefighters, we try to, if we can, have our families into the station and try to celebrate, but they got called out to this fire. So this was a fire on a corner unit on a 3-story apartment complex. And they were able to stretch lines, get up there and knock this fire out in 8 minutes. and again, save the whole apartment complex, which was a fairly large apartment complex. So while everybody else was enjoying their turkey dinners, our folks are out there literally saving an entire apartment complex. Asian Garden Malls had a small fire this year. Our firefighters train at this facility, this building, quite a bit, and were prepared when this occurred. I think we had just had a training there a month or two before this fire. So we're very ready and very familiar with, especially the significant importance of this site to this community. So I was very happy that we're able to get in there and put that one out real quick. This was a fire just recently down the street here off Westminster. It was during one of our wind events. It was an exterior fire that extended into the structure, got well involved in the attic. It was a big struggle due to multiple construction issues inside there, locating and putting it out. Unfortunately, it did destroy the gym there, but we were able to save the dentist's office, which is obviously super important for that owner. And this was the third alarm fire we had down at the, it's Coral, right? What's it? Yeah, off of Beach Boulevard there. Unfortunately, this building has been vacant for a while and has had several fires in it. This one was a little bit of a windy day as well. That building is surrounded by multiple structures as well as residences, and we're able to hold it to that building of origin, which for me was the biggest win of this. And I really want to say thank you to your assistant city manager who was able to expedite getting in there and getting this building torn down, because 2 fires was enough, severely damaged. If we would have had another fire in there, I'm afraid of firefighters getting hurt, as well as a homeless person or whoever else was in there getting trapped and getting hurt in the process as well. So that building is now down and that hazard's been mitigated. So I want to talk about the airport fire. It started in September. I was the operations section chief for this fire. It was, again, a perfect set of conditions that set up. One of the things I want to talk about, and I was talking with Councilmember Van West, is, there's a lot of concern about the water system in a community burning down like it did in these 2 fire examples. One thing I want to alleviate to the fear of this community is that it takes a very certain set of conditions of fuel, weather, and topography to come together to have a fire environment that occurred in those situations. And Westminster has none of those factors. Okay, your water system will never be tested like that. You need 50 to 90 mile an hour winds and a topography like hills and brush to create the scenario they faced. We have those scenarios in this county. Westminster is not one of them. So please ensure when your residents talk to you, Westminster is not in a situation that will face a condition like this. Okay, so this fire broke in. I went down there and took operations on this one. It's super challenging from the get-go. We had a Forest Service patrol that got trapped. We had to rescue that firefighter. I had 4 hikers that were trapped, and I had multiple structures threatened at the same time. The woman on the right was rescued in the middle of the firestorm. She was badly burned. We had a medevac flight her out. So aside from fighting the fire, there was many challenges in there, and 100-degree weather and steepest topography we have in this county. And our members did an amazing job working on that. Ultimately, the fire burned 24,000 acres and damaged or destroyed just over 200 homes, which is heartbreaking for us, but we literally saved thousands that were threatened due to the fire. So we did recognize some of our best and bravest this last year. It is our OCFA award ceremony. This was the Cook's Corner active shooter. We train routinely with your police department on active shooters so that we know how each other operate and can react and get in there and save people, even though the scene may not be completely secure. Police will do their best to go corner the active shooter, and then we'll be right behind them, grabbing victims and pulling them out. We had 6 victims off scene in under 30 minutes on this incident. Unfortunately, 3 did pass away, but this crew, the first in captain, good friend of mine, Captain Ventura, did an amazing job getting this scene set up for success and getting those 6 victims off scene, and thankfully they all survived. The hangar fire occurred, as you guys know, in Tustin. Again, when I talked about incident management team that I'm in command of, we activated the team in support of the city. We had put the fire out once it had fallen in. It was unable to reach some of the heights of this building. So we put the fire out, but obviously there was a significant hazmat emergency, and which overwhelmed the city staff. So they asked OCFA for support. We stood up an incident management team. We worked over there for 17 days, supporting, trying to get the community back in their houses, getting the schools reopened. So that team was recognized for their efforts in supporting Tustin. Your Battalion 11 Firefighter of the Year, Blake Campbell, he's out of Fire Station 64. Okay, he is just an amazing gentleman who's very active in one of the philosophies that are really important to me, and that's giving back. He's one of our cadet post advisors that spends a ton of time teaching the kids. He's very active on our hand crew program as a wildland firefighter, and he was recognized as our Battalion 1 Firefighter of the Year. Our Battalion 11 Chief Espinoza, with 47 years on the job this year, he's in this division in the next battalion over in Garden Grove. He's going to retire this year, a well-deserved retirement. He was our OCFA Chief of the Year. It wasn't just the Battalion 11 Chief of the Year. He was the overall OCFA Chief of the Year. So when I say you're being served in this community by some of the best, you're getting some of the best of our firefighters in this community. And I'm super fortunate to be able to work with them. So this is one video I really wanted to play. During this fire, during this San Diego fire, we had a crew buggy that rolled over. That's the GoFundMe. So during that rollover, 8 of our firefighters were critically injured. Okay, 3 of them were on ventilators. The gentleman you see on the bottom left there with his wife, he is the son of actually my admin assistant, and he was paralyzed on a ventilator and was projected to pretty much be a quadriplegic on his ventilator for the rest of his life. Some miracle happened. It was just absolutely amazing. The neurosurgeon is blown away. He was not expecting results. That young man walked off the airplane coming home and was able to hold his baby that was born a month later. So to go from a ventilator and quadriplegic to walking off the plane is hard to explain the what and the why and the how, but I'm sure thankful. And then the next great story is one of the members has been in a coma since the accident. Not a drug-induced coma. He was in his own physical coma. He woke up last month and is talking to his wife. Obviously has a long road ahead of him, but the prayers that anyone can do and continue to support. There is a GoFundMe that directly goes to these members if anyone's interested. Just some miracles came out of this event. And then lastly, I know you closed in memoriam the other day for Kevin Skinner, another good friend of mine that I worked with quite a bit. When I say your firefighters are giving their all for you, literally, this man gave his heart to this job. He died in the middle of a search at a structure fire on a second floor, smoke-filled house, trying to look for residents, started feeling ill, was evacuated out of the house, collapsed in the front lawn, and were unable to resuscitate him. That's what I mean by what we will do for this community. We'll literally give our heart to you. You guys do an outstanding job of recognizing your police department, and they deserve it. Chief Lenny, Commander Weber, and their entire staff are a first-rate police department. You thank them at almost every council meeting. Okay, I want to remind you that your fire department is out there doing the exact same stuff. Different jobs, but serving the community, saving lives, saving property. And I want to remind you that when you thank the police, don't forget about your firefighters. They deserve it. You have outstanding crews working for you. So just something to think about when you close out meetings and you're acknowledging the first responders of this community. Your firefighters are part of that team. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I just want to assure the community that public safety is always our top priority. That's the reason why we asked Fire Chief Covey and Chief Lindsay to update us quarterly about the situation in the city of Westminster, so our community will be informed of what's going on. I expect to have you come back for the next quarter. I also wanted, on behalf of the City Council and city staff, I want to thank you for for joining LA firefighters to help out with the recent workout fires, and also I know that our city manager, assistant city manager, and myself, we want to thank you for the prompt update every time that we have the incident happen in the city of Westminster. I noticed that it's the real time that you update us of what's going on, and it's indeed very, very important for us to know what our city, in the situation that our city in. I also want to make sure that our community knows that since the LA fires broke out, number of hours City Council have concerns for our city, and especially for myself and Council Member Mark Nguyen also have questions for some of the event that happened at the city of Westminster here. And Council Member Mark, do you have a question? I know that it's been asked and it's been addressed, but I want you to go ahead and ask that question again so that our community can hear directly from the chief.
All right, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Chief, for the detailed presentation and for your service. I wanted to ask about the fire hydrants. How often do we test the fire hydrant in the city?
That would be one for your Public Works Director. He's in charge of supporting your water system.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council members. To answer your question, that we do have around 2,700 fire hydrants throughout the cities. The plan was to maintain and check them every 2 years. So right now we do have staff to go through, basically check the functionality, the operations, and also painting them. Like I said, we go area by a time. So we do meet the requirement for every 2 years.
Okay.
In terms of the water itself, the water supply, do you foresee any issues with the water supply that LA?
No, we don't have that situation. As Chief Covey mentioned, that we don't have the hilly situation like the other cities, like in LA, the city of Palisade. They have to have booster pump to pump the water up into the hill, but they also have the water tank on top. But that's not enough for the amount of fire that they experience at that city. Our city is flat, and our system is it's function. We do have 6 wells working on right now. And that's enough pressure to meet the demand from the resident as well as the fire protections.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember, if I can add to that, we have never experienced a water issue on any structure fire in Orange in Westminster. There's a huge water main that goes right down Beach Boulevard, and at times we have to gate down our pump systems because it's overpressuring the lines. We have a very fantastic water supply in this city.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilman Markwin, for your concerns. And
Mayor, if I could add one other thing. It was brought up to me, and I want to highlight, I'm sorry, I almost forgot it, is one of the discussions during these wind events that was brought to me was about open flame cooking at different areas in the city and people getting permits to do that. As part of that permit process, one of the bullet points is you're not supposed to be cooking in those situations of winds of 25 miles an hour or greater. So the permittee is well aware of that, and if they continue to operate and cause a fire, they will not be covered by their insurance because they're outside their permit requirements.
all right, you just addressed my questions. That's my question for you. During the wind event, I have that question to the chief and also to the city manager, and that was the answer. So I feel very comfortable with that. I don't know if any question from the, okay, Vice Mayor Minzer.
Thank you, Mayor. Chief, thank you so much for your report. And I know that a lot of us here, I think we do take our safety, our fire department for granted because we know we sleep good at night knowing you guys are on the job. And you're right. We do tend to forget about our firefighters because we do feel so safe, and it's just like, yeah, our safety, we don't have to worry about it because our guys are on the job. But yeah, we do need to make sure we acknowledge our team more often, so thank you for reminding us. I had a question when you brought up the technology that you have, I guess, further out the cameras that they can sense heat. How did you describe that?
So it's an AI system that's connected to
signature.
the satellites that will detect heat signatures very quickly within, the first few minutes that it creates a heat plume. It'll catch it and advise us at our dispatch center of that heat signature, and specifically by lat and long where it's at, and then the cameras automatically turn that direction.
So in LA County Fire, did they have that technology?
I'm unaware if they do or don't.
Okay, it seems like the way you describe it, it seems like they would have got a heads up a lot quicker.
That's correct. I did see in one video that a camera turned to the start of the Palisades fire really quickly, very, very early on in it. Is that part of an AI program that does it? LA City is a very forward-looking department as well as technology. They have a really incredible fusion center there. So it would not surprise me that they had the same technology.
Okay, thank you.
All right, is there anything else?
Yeah, thank you.
Councilmember West.
Chief Kofi, thank you for being here and expound on what you guys do to help with the recent fire in LA, but also Paradise and in Hawaii. And I know that your team has done an amazing job, and we're so thankful for you guys. You guys are heroes without a cape, like I mentioned last council meeting, so thank you. But now I know a lot of people have concerns because there's misinformation, but also, we just want to hear from you, Chief. Were you guys informed on the empty reservoir in LA when you guys got there? Were you guys informed that there's no water in the reservoir for you guys to use at the time?
I was not there. I'm unaware if the crews were specifically informed that some condition like that existed. I would not be able to comment on that.
Okay. And then also, if you can let us know as well when, you find out if, because with the fire in LA, we understand that it's an emergency, right? Now, I heard that some fire trucks from, a neighboring state, they have to go straight to Sacramento in order to get vetted to make sure they have the correct engine or whatever, and then they come down to LA. If you can get that information for us and let us know if that's the correct information or was just someone just spreading, rumors around.
Yeah, it's a good question. California has the best mutual aid system in the world. We were ordering strike teams, like I was down on the airport fire, and they were up there 20, 30, 40, 50 strike teams at a time. That's over 100 fire engines at once, and we can get them within 12 hours. So that's internally in the state, but we also have what's called an EMAC agreement, Emergency Management Assistance, with the other states that surround us. So that gets exercised all the time during our big forest fires. So there is a very significant, or very planned out system to that. I'm unaware of those rumors' validity, and I'll certainly look into it and find out.
All right. Thank you so much, Chief.
All right, with that, I want to thank. Oh, okay, sorry about that.
I had a comment too. Okay. So in my conversation with the chief, there were actually some concerns, about the water systems that are in Midway City, because I do want to note that a lot of people get confused about Midway City being a part of Westminster because it's smack in the middle of our borders, right? So I just would like if Chief could kind of comment on the types of systems that are there. Because for Westminster, we're prepared. We have, high-quality water systems, as evident in the report. But, if there's something that happens in Midway City, it's a little bit different. So I just want would like the chief to kind of touch on that so that people are aware that if things aren't going well in Midway City, that's not Westminster. Can elaborate on those systems.
Yeah, certainly. Thank you, City Manager. I know Jay can comment a little bit better about the exact GPMs in your city, but I believe you're averaging around 3,000 GPM out of a fire hydrant. There are areas in Midway City, it's all zoned out. There's one area that does 850 gallons a minute, and another one does about 350 gallons a minute. We are well aware of it. We have pre-plans for those operating areas. It's kind of similar to mobile home parks. Many of the mobile home parks are pretty under water supplied, and we have plans for what we call relay pumping. That's from one fire engine to another fire engine to another to a hydrant that has better water system, better water pressures. So for Midway City, that's our plan as well. We'll initial attack it off the current water supply within that area, and then if it extends beyond that capability, then we will reach out to adjoining water systems to augment our supply. This is part of the decision process we have with many of the tenant improvement attempts in there, whether it's ADU or new reconstructions and stuff like that. We have been denying some of those permit processes because of an inadequate water supply in that area. So we are aware of it, but that's the current situation that we face in Midway City.
Okay, with that, once again, I want to thank you for taking time to be here and update us on the current situation for the city of Westminster. And with that, I will move to receive and file the report.
Second.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you. I have a motion made by Mayor Nguyen, seconded by Vice Mayor Monzo. This is to receive and file the report. I'll go ahead and call roll. District 1, Councilwoman Fan West.
Fan West, yes.
District 3, Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Monzo.
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried 4-0.
All right, next is 6.1, appointments of council members to represent the city on various government agency boards for 2025 to 2027. So with that, I would like to remind you that we can go ahead and appoint as a slate, and we can vote once we have everything in place. There are several boards that we have to appoint. So let's go down the list. First of all, for Orange County Council of Government. At this point here, I don't know how to do this when we don't have a council member Nam Quan Nguyen here. So,
I mean, you as the council can.
well, we could. I guess that we can reappoint him for the area that he represents us right now. For Orange County Council of Governments, I still want to be on that as a delegate, and we have an alternate as Vice Mayor Menzo. I don't know whether you.
I think we should leave it. I'm good the way it is.
Okay.
We want to continue that way.
Okay, so we'll go for that. For Southern California Association of Government delegates, that's me, and alternate was Vice Mayor Ho. So I don't know whether Council.
I can be the alternate if you don't. If
Okay.
nobody else wants to
Okay,
do that.
so Vice Mayor Menzo is going to be as an alternate for that one.
So do you want me to be on any of the?
Well, according to our censure several months ago, you are not allowed to be on this board anymore.
Oh, not allowed, meaning you don't want me to?
Well, I don't.
It's okay.
It was the decision. It was the decision of the council.
Yeah, decision of the three of you guys. Yes, I understand.
I don't know.
So why don't you just appoint all three of you guys and make it quick?
That's okay.
So wherever.
That's what we are doing right now. Okay. All right. Okay. Next is for Orange County Fire Authority Boards of Directors. I've been there for 2 years. I know there are a lot to do and long hours, but I don't mind because it's my responsibility to make sure that I'll be working with I do have the recommendation from OCFA and also from firefighters for me to continue with that roles, and I don't mind to continue with that. For Orange County Public Library Advisory Board, we have delegate as Council Member Nam Quang Nguyen and alternate as Council Member Menzo. Do we want to keep that the same?
It's up to, I don't know if Councilmember Mark Quinn wants to serve as the alternate, or...
I can be the alternate.
Okay, so this one is Council Mark Nguyen. For Orange County Mosquito and Vector Control, currently, I don't think it's right. It says Board Trustee as Mayor Nguyen, but I believe that it was initially by Council Member West, and then I believe that at the time happened during the censure, it would defer to you.
I'm interested in that. I'll do it.
So you still want to do that, right?
I'll do that.
All right. So Vice Mayor Menzo. Okay. You follow along, right? Okay. Thank you. Next is for the Public Cable Television Authority. I was delegates at Council. We need two. We don't have the alternate, but delegates was Councilmember Nam Quang Nguyen and Vice Mayor Ho was that. And I would recommend that keep Councilmember Nguyen there, Nam Quang Nguyen there, and then have Councilmember Mark Nguyen to replace for Vice Mayor Ho.
I'll do that one.
Okay. All right. For Santa Ana River Flood Control Protection Agency, which is Orange County Public Works, and was delegated by Councilmember Menzo and alternate by Mayor Nguyen. So
I don't know if Councilmember Mark is interested in that one. I've served on it for the last 4 years.
Okay. I'll be the delegate on it.
Okay. All right.
So you take a delegate, right? A delegate
Unless,
or alternate? Which one?
You know what? They meet.
Oh, we need to. I'll be the alternate.
Okay.
You can.
Okay, I'll
All
be
right,
the delegate
so-
then.
Okay. Next one is Water Advisory Committee of Orange County. It is currently me as a delegate. Anyone who wants to have that?
You can keep it. It's fine.
Okay. I don't mind to keep it. If you guys can do it, I know that it's a lot of, well, the time is 7:30 to 8, and normally they have meeting at 7:30. It's too early for me. But I will take it. The last one is West Orange County Water Board. And this one is usually meet at quarterly, and it meet at 4 p.m. normally, unless they change it. And it was Vice Mayor Ho, and first alternate was Councilmember Menzo, now Vice Mayor Menzo. So I would recommend this one for Mark Nguyen as a delegate if he chooses to take it.
It's up to you, or I can do it, be the delegate, and I don't mind either one. I'm fine either way.
I'll do the delegate.
All right.
Okay, all right.
I'll be the first alternate, as is.
So with that, I move to approve of what we just appoint and to represent on various government agencies.
A second.
Yeah, for the Orange County Fire Authority, that's a resolution, so we'll take that one separately.
Okay, all right. So we'll take the OCFA separately, and I change it to move for the rest of them.
I second it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have a motion made by Mayor Nguyen, seconded by Vice Mayor Manzo, to appoint members as presented to the City of Westminster outside government agency boards. I'll go to call roll. District 1, Councilwoman Fan West.
Sure, yes.
District 3, Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Monzo.
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen.
Yes,
Motion carried 4-0.
and I move to approve the resolution for the OCFA.
Second.
Can we have who you are appointing for that board? Oh, I'm sorry, it is Mayor. Just kidding.
Mayor.
I have it. All right, so I have a motion made by Mayor Nguyen, seconded by Vice Mayor Monzo. This is to adopt resolution entitled, "A Resolution of the Mayor and City Council of the City of Westminster, California, designating and appointing its representative to the Orange County Fire Authority's Board of Directors." I'll go to call roll. District 1, Councilwoman Fan West.
Fan West, yes.
District 3, Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Monzo.
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
4-0, motion carried.
All right, moving to the next item with the commission and committees items. 7.1, consider introduction and first reading of an ordinance repealing chapters 2.62 of the Westminster Municipal Code, terminating the Commissioner on Aging. May I have a comment from staff?
Thank you, Mayor. The item before you is to consider the disbanding and dissolving of the Commission on Aging. As stated within the staff report, the City Clerk's office, in conjunction with the Community Services and Recreation Department, have continued to promote the recruitment for the Commission on Aging, however, has received no interest from members of the public. It is important to note that the duties of the Commission on Aging are similar to those of the Parks and Recreation Commission, who have assumed responsibility for those tasks when necessary and will continue to do so, ensuring that they remain a high priority and focus for the community. Both myself and Community Services and Recreation Director Johnson are here to answer any questions you may have.
All right.
Yeah, I have a question, Mayor.
Yes, please. Vice Mayor Menzel.
Thank you. A question for Director Johnson. As far as, do you see that this commission is needed? I mean, we haven't had one in place. I know we have in the past, but is this something that you feel that we should continue or not?
I feel there's value in it, obviously, but without the response from those who want to be a part of it, then it doesn't make sense to continue to try to recruit for it. And we have willing applicants for Parks and Rec Commission who will happily take over those duties, and they have been kind of overseeing them in the meantime. They've had reports, they've had input on activities that have been happening with our seniors and at the senior center.
I know in the past, I think in 2021, I remember that I thought the council recruited, or at least we helped get the word out to folks who might want to serve on that. I know I did. I don't know if that's something that we should continue to do or just completely if it's that there's a need. I mean, I'm pretty sure the community knows how active and party animals our seniors are. There's always something happening in our senior center.
And this has been a trend that many departments have been facing, especially since COVID. I've personally had a number of conversations with probably a dozen or so active senior center members to get involved. And it seems to be very choosy about the time they're spending on things and would rather enjoy the time with socially engaged in the senior center. In the past, there's been some other active groups in the senior center that we've seen dwindle as well. But I will assure you that the services, the input that we take directly from our participants won't change.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to add to that. I tend to agree with the staff because the people I appointed to the aging committee before, I've been talking to them, and they said that it's not value added much to the, and so they don't want to serve it anymore, and And with that, I think that terminating the Commission of Aging is the right thing to do until we see the need for that, and then we can reinstate that if needed. So with that, I move to approve the item.
I have a question.
Okay, go ahead, please.
Okay. Vanessa, thanks for being in charge of, our senior community. I mean, you've done a phenomenal job and are doing, so thank you. But I guess my question is, what is the age group that's qualified for this committee if they do choose to join?
I could go ahead and answer that, Councilwoman Fan West. So it's actually 55 years in age or older.
55 or older, okay. And I know you did mention, thank you. So Vanessa, you did mention that a lot of them are kind of choosing where they want to put their time. And you said that they don't want to join this committee because it's not, I mean, we have tons of senior citizens in our city, and we know that. I just feel like this is a great committee for the senior citizen to have a voice in our city regarding any program on exercise, to food, to grocery, to whatever it is. I know that they can have a voice that will actually speak to the council on what their needs are. But at this time, it seems like it's hard to get them to get involved, 55 and older, to get involved. I mean, 10 more years, I'll be 55. I can join. You know what I mean? So the thing is that I think, there's certain needs, and I don't know, or we encourage them to say, hey, your voice and your needs are important in this committee, so then you can translate that to many grant that we get from the state of California on, elderly or whatnot, aging community. And predominantly in our city, we do have the aging community. I would love to get their input. But as of right now, we don't have that. So I guess with the council and mayor here, we have to terminate it unless there's a way that we can encourage them to have a voice in our community who are 55 and older. Okay. Are there a way that we can salvage that, Vanessa?
Well, they'll still have a voice. We will happily take input, and when there are specific projects or issues or programs that need to be addressed, we can bring that to the Parks and Rec Commission. We can, have small groups in the senior center give their input. They're not unwilling to give their input. I think they're unwilling to commit to being a part of a council-appointed commission at this time.
Yeah, because if the staff reports on here, back in 2023, we amended the age, we lowered the age, so try to get more folks involved, but that didn't seem to work. So, thank you.
So
I have one question.
Yes.
Will the objective of the Commission on Aging be taken over by the Parks and Recreational Commission?
Yes, so that commission, Parks and Recreation Commission, can absorb any of the issues that arise or council directives that are given to do so.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, until we see the need of that, at this time, we have the motion. Is there a second to that?
I can second it if no one has.
Go ahead.
Okay, there's a motion and second.
Thank you. I have a motion made by Mayor Nguyen. This is seconded by District 1 Councilwoman Fan West to disband and dissolve the Commission on Aging and introduce for first reading an ordinance entitled, An Ordinance of the Mayor and City Council of the City of Westminster, California, deleting Chapter 2.62, Commission on Aging of Title II, Administration and Personnel of the Westminster Municipal Code, and terminating the Commission on Aging. Read by title only and waive further reading. I'll go to call roll. District 1, Councilwoman Fan West.
Fan West, yes.
District 3, Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bonzo.
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried 4-0.
7.2, City Council appointments to city commissions and committee for 2025 and 2027. Let me take first cut on this one. it may disappoint some of you here tonight, but I was in the communication with the city staff, and I have learned that some of our city council have not ready to appoint people to the commission and committee, that including me. So I would think that we need to postpone this item until the next meeting, and when we have Council Member Nguyen here, then we can also, and the council ready, then we can also do that. Is there anything from the council here?
No, I'll second it. I think that's good, and I encourage my colleagues to interview. I think I'm going to interview candidates. I don't think that's something that we probably should have been doing, but I'm going to do some interviews.
Okay.
So yeah, I think it's a good idea. So I'll second it.
All right.
Move it to the next meeting.
Thank you very much. Is there any other?
No comments.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, so motion is second.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a motion made by Mayor Nguyen, seconded by Vice Mayor Monzo. This is to continue the item to the next regular meeting at February 12th, 2025. I'll go to call roll. District 1, Councilwoman Fan West.
Fan West, yes.
District 3, Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Monzo.
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried 4-0.
Moving on to oral communication concerning non-agenda items. Before I ask our city clerk to read that into read the instruction into record, I just want to respond to one of the comment earlier about the timing for the oral communication. A while ago, I was thinking that first of all, people was wrongly thinking that our meeting going from 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the afternoon to 5 o'clock or 3 o'clock in the morning. I just want to mention it to you that that only happened once, and that was 2 meetings combined, because we have to dismiss one of the earlier meeting, the previous meeting, that we can't get it going, so we have to adjourn the meeting. And then all of those items that we have not resolved at that meeting carry over to the next meeting. And I don't want to postpone it. If we keep postponing, then we can't get the matter resolved, the city problem resolved. That's why I want to continue to make sure that we solve every issue that we have at that time. Therefore, the meeting has gone till 5 o'clock in the morning, and just that meeting. I hope that we don't have that situation again, and also taking it into consideration. I was thinking that we will be cognizant of that. If we see the meeting is going to prolong, it's going to take a long time to get the items going, then I will consider that to move the non-agenda oral communication to like 10 o'clock in the, is the time. So we'll do it case by case, but that that's my commitment to have that. So that hopefully that answers your question there. So at this time, I would like to go ahead and ask Madam Clerk to go ahead and read the instruction into the record before we call the first speaker.
Thank you, Mayor. This is the time of the meeting that members of the public may address the City Council regarding any non-agenda items that are within the subject matter jurisdiction. Unless otherwise extended by a majority vote of the City Council, comments shall be limited to 3 minutes per speaker. Any person wishing to address the City Council in person should complete a yellow speaker slip that is provided at the entrance to the council chambers and submit the card to the city clerk. When your name is called, please step to the podium at that time, state your name and city of residence for the record. Our first speaker is Donald Link, followed by Tina Cormani.
Donald Lank, District 1. I just want to commend the dais for operating in a cooperative and cohesive manner. This is how it should be. I thought I was in Colorado and not in California. We're Westminster, Colorado, but anyway, when you guys work together, you work for the city. And I just want to say thank you. And I also want to thank the fire chief, but he's gone already. Anyway, thank you a lot.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Tina Cormini, followed by Michael Varengia.
Hauka. My name is Tina. I'm your local neighborhood retard. I'm here today to warn the city Westminster residents about there's no or very little resources to help with mental health crisis here in Westminster due to corruption. Now that natural disaster awaits, the food is dirty and so is the water. It's going to take a lot more than money to fix this kind of stupid that's happening in California today. I'm going to quote Ronald Reagan, "When you can't make them see the light, make them feel the heat." I speak the truth, and for the children are going to need a lot more adults to care about them, and then not to have more adults care about them than money. Money can't buy family values. This is it. Since there is no support for domestic violence, I'm my own help. I'm doing this for my boys. I'm doing this for my children. Yesterday was a sad day for America as Trump went to office. For my uncle, Leonard Pentier, I hope to see you free. I'm here because of you, and your clemency is not fair, but it will be. I promise my children that. For Brandy Rhodes, for whoever wrote this for the housing, the mental health crisis, this is your guys' doing. You guys are not listening to the people on the streets at all. That you guys are fighting and you guys are wasting money, giving awards for nothing, when you guys should be wasting money on the kids' mental well-being. The fires, we're going to have a lot more fires and a lot more earthquakes. Westminster is not prepared for everything. Right now, we're having a lot more children on the streets right now, 18 years old. They don't know where to go. I don't even know where to go. I haven't seen my kids in almost 4 years. They're already 19. I had my son at 19. Grandparents do not have rights in family courts at all. I don't even understand family courts. I shake like a dog in there. Thank you for your time.
Mr. Mayor, may I briefly?
Okay, a brief comment, please.
Thank you. So Tina, I know that in the city of Westminster, we do have help with mental health and also the domestic violence. So Chief, can you please elaborate on that? Do we have those resources here?
Yes, Councilwoman, we have resources for both. We have the FRC, we have Be Well that's actually on duty now, and we'd be more than happy to speak with her, and other resources that can be offered.
Okay, thank you, Chief, for verifying that.
Thank you. You may proceed now.
Thank you. Michael Varengio, Westminster District 2. I'm kind of curious, in our city, city council members are offered benefits, which is pretty typical of a lot of cities, school districts, city college districts. What I'm curious about is, if you don't need the benefits, why would you be paid the extra money? Now, if you're going to use the benefits, that's fine. That's what it's there for. That's why it's extended to everybody on a council, school board, sanitary district. But if you're not planning on taking the benefits because you don't need them, either through your own work or through a spouse's work, why would the city pay the extra money to somebody who's not taking the benefits? That's kind of dumping money down a black hole. We're already short of cash, and we've been that way for years. So if we're going to look at tightening the belts, either take the benefits, use them as you see fit, or waive them and let the city keep that money in the general fund. It's kind of foolish to pay somebody money if they're not bothering to take the benefits just because they don't need them or they don't want them. And I'm just kind of curious about that. I don't see why we're doing it. Other cities don't. You either use it or you lose it. Nobody cares if you take the benefits. That's what they're there for. But why spend money when it's not really needed? Thank you.
Our next speaker is Tammy Hamill, followed by Camilla Overbeek.
Good evening. Oh, is that on? Tammy Hamill, Westminster resident, District 1. Since you always want to say there's never anybody from District 1, but I'm pretty sure everyone here is from District 1 almost. First, I want to say it was a really nice meeting, for one thing. She behaved herself. He was gone. I wish that happened more often. I also want to say, especially after listening to the fire chief, reminding us of, the fire department and what they do and the police, that I'm so glad that we have such knowledgeable, competent, caring people that work for the city staff, police, fire, especially what's been going on for the past couple of years, just hearing presentations, when they can answer questions, they know policies, they know laws, they know regulations. It's so nice to know that for the majority of the people for the city, we're in good hands. We have some little hiccups over here, but it just makes me feel a lot better. Kind of focusing on something that another resident commented on is the flag that she decides to have up there. This is part of the problem. I know it's her freedom of speech. That's great. She can do what she wants with it. I just want to say for a lot of people in this country and this city, what that flag stands for. It's against diversity. It's against equity. It's against inclusion. It's against immigrants. It's for violent criminals. Everything that's been done in the last couple of days proves that. They're going to attack certain people, communities. She claims to be about immigrants, our city. Everything that flag stands for is the complete antithesis of all of that. And with everything he signed recently, that just proves that they are now going to be able to go into schools and churches. I work at a high school. We've already had kids that were afraid to come last time he was president. They were afraid to come to school because they thought them or their parents were going to be taken away. Now that that's actually been put out there, that it's changed, that he's saying that they are not going to protect schools and churches anymore, kids aren't want to kind of come to school. And we have a huge population of kids that come from all different countries. Their parents come trying to get an education, trying to be something better for their kids. That flag is offensive to everyone in this community that's done that. She claims to be part of that community, and she's crapping all over them. I just want to remind people, as long as she has that flag up there, that's what she's saying, that she's against all of that, yet she's for violent criminals being released on the street. So any talk about crime that she does, absolutely meaningless. Also, Amy, I noticed that you're on your phone again, touching it. So we still need to know where the videos are. You say you put them on your Facebook page, and that was an absolute lie because they're not on your official page. So where are they?
Mr. Mayor, may I briefly?
Can you wait until the end?
Do you mind if I just do it quick?
Okay. All right.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess freedom of expression is very important to me. I just want to address that to you, Tammy. As I fight for your freedom of expression, I'm never against any of your opinion of me or my flag of Trump or American flag. By the way, Trump is protecting the churches freedom of religion, and the school to make sure parental choice are across the board and protecting the children. And also, when you said that Trump is against violent criminal out in the street, he is helping our law enforcement, and our law enforcement can attest to that. So I just want to correct that, that narrative. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Camilla Overbeek, followed by our final speaker, Terry Raines.
Good evening again. Hey, girly pop, I'm gonna hold your hand with a napkin in between when I tell you that man just pardoned violent criminals who went after and harmed police officers, and in one particular instance, they killed the officer. That flag that you have in front of you is the absolute antithesis of what so many people in this city feel. This is a city of immigrants with a lot of immigrants. And remember, sweetie, you are one too. And the boat you came over is very different than the one I came over on. I am absolutely abhorrent. It's abhorrent that you are sitting here defending that when you are here in a nonpartisan role to speak for District 1. There are members in your district who are absolutely heartbroken and terrified of what their future holds. And you sitting there and defending it is reprehensible. And Mayor, I would ask, it is a matter of decorum. She can do whatever she wants, but you're in charge of the city. We are here in a nonpartisan role. Why bring more harm and angst to an already divided city? Why allow it? It is a distraction, and it is hurtful. And on top of that, to reiterate what Tammy has said, who is she recording? Where is it going? Because I know that when I stand here, it goes on Channel 3 and the city's website. Where is that going? Because I didn't consent to that. I don't know if she's slandering me. You all owe the city, the residents of this city, some answers as to why she is allowed to treat us the way that she does and do the things that she does. Because if she gets to have that based on freedom of speech, then I get to say, be so fucking for real, Amy.
Our final speaker is Terry Raines.
Mr. Mayor, may I be brief?
We
Okay,
just
I can
go into the
afterwards.
end.
Not a problem.
Hope to see you all at the upcoming MCSD open house and the TET parade. To those going to the Mayor and City Council Member Academy in Garden Grove next week, the city should not pay for hotel rooms. The event is less than 6 miles away. Amy and Namquan, if you go, for the love of God, pay attention, attend all the sessions, and provide a detailed AB 1234 report at the first February meeting. I'm confident the rest of you will. Amy and Namquan's outside board attendance is abhorrent, but their attendance here at these meetings is just as bad. I am preparing a comprehensive 2024 report of their absences, tardies, and dais departures at our council meetings. It promises to be a real eye-opener.
Baby, your time is
And you know, a friend asked,
AI, please give me a short essay on why Westminster Councilwoman Amy Fan West should no longer be in office.
and I provided copies of the results to you. See, even AI knows that APW should not be in office, and we agree. Namquan has been aimlessly traveling a lot lately, running from or trying to find something, not sure which. But again, we're going to throw that same insult against Charlie right back at him.
No honey, no money. Không có em yêu, không có tiền.
And worth repeating.
December 10th, 2024, 8:05 p.m., Amy Fan West, you've been served. December 12th, 2024, 10 a.m., Nam Quan Nguyen, you've been served. Happy New Year, Westminster. Ngày 10 tháng 12 năm 2024, 8 giờ 5 tối, Amy Fan West, bạn đã được phục vụ. Ngày 12 tháng 12 năm 2024, 10 giờ Nam Quan Nguyễn, bạn đã được phục vụ. Chúc mừng năm mới Westminster.
Sure, the translation's not perfect, but close enough. The court's website still shows no attorney on record or answer filed by the defendants, Amy and Nam Kwan. And
it's too late, baby, now it's too late.
and so we'll see you all on May 6th. Hey, Willie has a message to the District 1 and District 4 voters. And my favorite, Trump's message to Amy and Nam Kwan.
You've done a hell of a lousy job. You're late or fired. Get out of here.
And we most certainly agree. And I will just replay one that I like playing to close out with. Whoops.
That's all you seem to do.
And we can't wait.
That concludes oral communications, Mayor.
All right, thank you very much. Councilmember West, you please be brief on your comment, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Appreciate that. For Camila, you mentioned there's one person that killed the police. That's true, but look at the riot, all around during the summer of love. I mean, how many people have they killed? How many businesses have they destroyed? But they're free, right? So January 6th, there's 1,900 people that was imprisoned, wrongfully convicted. So all of them, they didn't steal anything, but to your acknowledgement, Trump did this for the sake of they wrongfully been accused. And that is, if it's on your end of the scenario, you would appreciate that as well. Now, the thing is that those people are innocent that were released on January 6th, and I appreciate President Trump doing that. Now, for those who were murdered, I think you need to look at the facts again. I know that we have differences.
Sorry about that. I just want to remind.
Differences.
Hold on for a minute, Councilmember West. I just want to let you know that it was your time to speak, and now it's a council response. So please keep quiet.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Continue.
Mayor. And then also for, Terry Rain, you mentioned that, I just want to let you know that I was elected by the people. So I serve the people in my district. I know that I have invited you many times to come to my office if you have any concerns. I'm more than happy to address your concerns, but you choose not to, and my door is still open. So, the respect go both ways. And I want to mention again, I was elected by the people, and that's who I serve, and I will continue to do my job.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr.
All right.
Mayor.
All right, and it's my time. I would like to, I know that a number of people asked this question, and recently, just now, that I have the same question again that toward me about the decorum, which is about the recording on the dais. I'd like for you, I know that we have gone through this, but I would like for you to go ahead and make your statement one more time so that people understand.
In terms of the recording?
In terms of recording on the dais, where the video is going to, or do they have the right to do it, whatever.
This is considered a form where people, the recording is definitely allowed under the Brown Act. It's explicitly allowed. And so there's no right of privacy in the same way that if you're walking down the street, people can record. There's no expectation of privacy. And it's quite common for people that speak at meetings you can look them up all the time on the internet, whether they want that or not, or you'll see it on the news as well. So there's just not an expectation of privacy, and recording is allowed.
All right, and it's my time. I would like to, I know that number of people asked this question, and recently, just now, that it was your time to speak, and
So there's just not an expectation of privacy, and recording is allowed.
All right, thank you very much for that clarification. I just want the public to know that I have a limited power. I don't have all the power that I can. If I do, then I will do. But that for the residents or for the community or for media. And so therefore, that's the answer that I would like to have the city manager, my city attorney to respond to you. At this time, I would like to close the oral communication and move into the next item, which is comments and requests for the agenda item from the City Council agency members, including AB 1234 report when requires. Before I ask for comments from the council members, I just want to remind for those who attended the training or the conference a few days ago, make sure that you do report that back to the community. At this time, why don't we go with Councilmember West?
Thank you. You know, we went to the training with OC, CC, Orange County, a group. We did go over the training for AB 123, and then also the sexual harassment. So we did that training, and they already sent it to city clerk. Is that correct? Okay, thank you for receiving that. Now, I noticed, I don't know if this maybe can be agendized, but a resident has been complaining about Margie Rice Park, where there's a lot of homeless deal around there, and then the construction area. It hasn't been cleaned up yet. Are there a way that we can agendize or get something taken care of? I don't know if you know the area chief or public works, Jake.
I can comment on that.
Okay.
So I actually, I had a meeting out there with one of our residents who was concerned about the conditions that you just brought up. And we did make, after the meeting, I followed up with an email to OCTA. The freeway project, although complete, and the freeway lanes are open and the bridges are complete, but the maintenance responsibility still belongs to OC 405, which is the contractor for OCTA. And they owe us some improvements throughout the city. So we're still working with them on closing the loop on that. I do have a meeting scheduled with 2 project managers next Thursday to have a face-to-face to really address these concerns.
Okay, so the construction area that's been left out, we can't move it or push it to the side where it's safety for the resident and the kids there?
So the park condition needs to be completed. The improvements at the site need to be completed. If there's any hazards, I was not aware of any hazards at the site, and I know that our police officers are addressing the issues with homelessness in the area.
And then there's one more concern that was sent in an email on the 22nd. You guys have it on your desk. She said that on Martin Luther King Jr. Day on Monday, I guess there was street sweeping. When do we have street sweeping? Do we have street sweeping during holidays, Christine?
There's an ordinance regarding what holidays are recognized. I mean, I can pull that up right. Jake might have you gave me a report?
City Manager, I do have that in front of me if you'd like me to go over the holidays.
Yeah, so just in short, oh, here it is. So in short, not all holidays are observed. There are holidays that the city specifically observes. It's on the website. So New Year's Day, President's Day, Memorial Day, 4th of July, Labor Day, Thanksgiving Day, day after Thanksgiving, and Christmas. These are what we have adopted as the holidays that are observed.
Okay, so there's no street sweeping on those days?
There's no street sweeping on those days. Okay. So Martin Luther King is not on the list, so street sweeping is, we swept the streets on Martin Luther King Day.
Okay. Thanks for verifying that. Now back to the homeless. Do we have an ordinance in the city where we can help with the homeless at Margie Rice Park? Because we have been, a lot of concern have been raised from the resident in the area, Chief.
Yes, Councilwoman. We do, and we have a complete team of specially trained officers. We call them HLOs, homeless liaison officers. In addition to them, we also have 2 counselors or caseworkers that are very familiar with all the resources that they offer the homeless. That specific area I've been getting almost daily reports on has been getting a lot of attention by our officers and that HLO team right now. So I actually believe it's looking pretty good, the last report I've received.
Okay, so are you guys doing extra patrol around there? Is that what it is?
They're absolutely doing extra
Okay.
patrol checks.
Thank you.
Yes, you bet.
Thank you. Okay, so I just want to say thank you so much for Fire Chief and your department for taking care of us resident in the city of Westminster and also the fire recently in LA. Thank you for all you do. And please know from the bottom of our hearts, we appreciate at the council here and staff appreciate you guys. And then also with Chief, thank you for all you guys do continually, keeping us safe in the city here. So we appreciate that as well. And then staff, thank you for all you do. Just, filing everything from PRA. Can I finish?
Go ahead, finish
Mayor?
it.
Thank you. So from PRA report, and I know that, it's piling up, but you guys are working overtime during, I talked to Christine, working overtime when you were having conference meeting, you're still working to get the PR report out. Thank you for doing that. And then for the council, we appreciate, my colleagues here. I do look forward to making 2025 a better year for all of us, helping our city, our resident, but also the businesses to thrive in our city and developing the Westminster Mall as we move forward this year. And I thank you again for all the residents coming here to making your voice heard and to share your concerns and grievances, but also to be open-minded to hear different opinions. And even though we have differences, but we have a lot in common. We all want safety in the city. We want more money in our pocket. We want to have peace. And I think all of that are common sense, and we all stand by that. All of the council here and staff agree with that. So with that in mind, I do look forward to serving you. And if you have any concern, like I said, my doors are open 24/7. So just make an appointment with Lynn, and she'll be more than happy to bring it to my attention if you do want to share your concerns and grievances with me. And thank you so much for being here. God bless.
Thank you very much, Councilmember West. Next is Councilmember Mark Nguyen.
I had a chance to attend the ethics and sexual harassment session in Anaheim last week. Nothing unusual, just typical. But I did enjoy the additional session with all the CEOs and of all the agencies in the county. Just want to say thank you to all the OCFA firefighters who came to help with the LA fires, and thank you to our police department for dealing with a lot of issues in the city, especially the homelessness. And thank you, staff, for preparing for the parade. And thank you to all the residents for your happy faces. That's all I have.
Thank you very much, Councilor Mark Nguyen. And next is Vice Mayor Meza.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I want to start off with a request for placement in a future item on the future agenda. I think it's time. Multiple cities have already done this, and we're definitely not the first one. And I think it's time for us to look at our anti-camping ordinance. As we know, the recent passing of a Supreme Court decision in Idaho. So I think it's time for us to put that on the agenda. So that is one of my requests, and hopefully council can support that. And my question, I would ask the city attorney, how long would you expect a draft of again, we don't have to reinvent the wheel. We're not the first ones. So how long would we expect a draft from your office? How much time do you need?
I know that there's a model ordinance in process right now. If I could, I want to make sure if I can get that. to incorporate that one. It's one that I know a number of cities are working on in the county to have consistency. So let me check on that, and I know there are some that have been adopted, so I'll either get that one, or we'll come back with one of the ones that we think is a good one based on what's already been adopted.
Okay.
And
So-
I think we could probably have that back probably in 1 month, if that's okay.
Okay. So that is a request. So I think we have to vote on that. Mayor?
I will second that, and so we can vote on that now.
Okay.
Can you stop the clock?
Yes, thank you. I have a motion made by Vice Mayor Monzo, seconded by Mayor Nguyen. This is to place an agenda item for a future agenda date to discuss and consider an anti-camping ordinance. I'll go to call roll. District 1, Councilwoman Fan West.
Fan West, yes.
District 3, Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Monzo.
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried 4-0.
Thank you. Next, I want to report that on January 15 of this year, 2025, I attended in Anaheim the ACCOC Conference for Newly Elected Officials and Training Orientation. There we sat through and heard from attorney as far as our ethics AB 1234 training, ethics training, and also AB 1661 sexual harassment prevention training, and learned a lot of stuff. I've done it a few times, but it's always good to get that refresher. And also we've heard from, as Councilmember Mark Nguyen mentioned, a lot of the heads of multiple agencies in our county, just like our Supervisor Wagner, and then also County CEO Aguirre, TCA Chairman, Orange County Transportation CEO Johnson, OC San, Manager Thompson, John Wayne Airport Director, OC COG Director, SCAG Director, hear what's going on in our county, where they're working on, and report to us, and also network with a lot of newly electeds, collaborate with them and see maybe how we, like the mayor, us, who have been been serving for a while, give them some advice. A lot of them ask for advice, and just help out our neighboring colleagues. So that was a lot of fun. Unfortunately, I had to skip out about 3:30, kind of close to 4, so I didn't get to hear from. I think the district attorney was there and OC sheriff was there, so unfortunately I didn't hear from them. But next, I would like to kind of reach out to my colleagues here. Like I mentioned before, this is a nonpartisan seat, and we should strive to represent everyone equally. And I definitely try my hardest to never bring national issues here to create and we already have enough division. We don't need to be the ones to create more here on council. So I would urge my colleagues to kind of leave that national stuff. It has no place on this dais. We have a diverse community. Everybody has different backgrounds, and we should strive to lead by example and try to serve and represent everybody equally, even the folks, especially I look at it, the folks who see things different than I do. Who's to say I'm right about everything? Who made me special? I'm not special. So we should strive to serve everybody equally. So leave that stuff for another platform. It doesn't belong here. If I may, Mayor,
Yes,
continue.
Yeah, please.
Again, we should strive for that. Make our 2025 better. Thank you, Chief Covey, for you and your team and what you guys do for our city. Again, yeah, we take it for granted because we know you guys are on the job and you're doing a great job for us. Thank you for, serving up in LA and helping everything your team, OCFA, does. Thank you for our PD, keeping us safe. And every day out there, every day is a different challenge. So thank you for what you do. Thank you, staff. Thank you, council. And don't forget about February 1st. Come out, please come out in our TEP parade. It's going to be a lot of fun. Come out and meet some members of the community if you haven't. So I urge you to come out. So thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Vice Mayor Menzo. And I have a few to report. First of all, I want to thank you, each and every one of you, taking the time to be here tonight and then express your opinions. We appreciate that. Whatever your comments, I hope that the council realize and take that into considerations. The second thing is that I want to thank you, Chief Covey. As I mentioned earlier, we'll continue to thank you for your effort, for your dedication, and I know that there's a lot of work, on your plate, but you are there for us every time that we need you. So I appreciate that. For Councilmember West, I really appreciate your comments that you wish that the year 2025 you're working with the council members here as well and me to make it more effective for the residents of City of Westminster and make it moving. Hopefully that we can work together. And I'm very pleased with the meeting today, the pace of the meeting today. I hope that we continue to work our way, the way that we work together tonight. And I can hear that the voice from our community when they come up and speak, they will appreciate. They really appreciate the way that you work with the council tonight. So for me, I pray that we work together, work well together for the benefit of the community. I specifically want to thank staff for working really hard. I know that for the last couple of years, I've been working with them day by day, and even last night, they would stay very late to get the stuff going, and I was there with them. And I feel for them, especially I have to mention that for Director Vanessa, working really hard. There were a number of projects, we put on her plate, but she carried out very well. She worked along with the public safety, public works, and I specifically thanks our city manager and assistant city managers for being there for them and working really hard for them, assisting them on that. I want to thank you, our council, for working with us, and hopefully that we can move forward this year. There's a lot of opportunities ahead of us, and this year I think is going to be a good year, and hopefully that we can do a lot for the City of Westminster. Last, I want to adjourn the meeting in memory of those who lost their life during the LA fires, and also those who lost their property or homes, and they are now in the situation that they need help. I don't know what we can do. I did talk to our city manager that we probably have to, a letter or something that we shared the loss with the city of LA. But for this meeting here, I would like to adjourn in the memory of those who lost their life, and also we've shared the loss of those who lost their homes. So. With that, I will adjourn the meeting. The next regular meeting will be held on Wednesday, February 12, 2025 at 6 p.m. But I just remember that I have not reported back my I attended the conference, and I know a number of our council here already report. I was late for that conference, but for the reason because I have the OCFA budget and finance meeting on that day, so I can't miss that. So as soon as I finished there, I jumped right on back. I went over there and attended the event. So it was very beneficial for us to attend that event. A number of agencies were there, as you heard it from Vice Mayor Menzo and also Councilmember Mark. I was very much out there working on a number of agencies already, so it's good that it's refreshed my memory and get the updates of what's currently going on. So once again, the next regular meeting will be held on Wednesday, February 12, 2025 at 6 p.m. The meeting adjourned.